Today I am known as myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. EliteLenny here reporting for duty. I'm just being myself. I just want to edit. Honestly. Honestly. Yeah, I do. Now I don't care if people actually come at this time because I'm quite used to it that people don't. Especially at the moment since I haven't been posting shorts. So what I'm just gonna be doing at the moment is I'm going to like make sure that, of course. Of course. Okay, go. Give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna have to make a new folder. Okay, there is something I'm gonna have to react to first before I do any editing. I'll get to it once everything is smooth and ready, I guess. So give me a moment here. I'll do what I have to do first, and then I get to the reactions. Jeez. Streamers ruining themselves just because a game beat them. How the heck? How predictable can they be? Just really? How predictable can they be? It's just seriously. What are they doing? What are they doing all their life, bro? Where's the thing? So put it on paint. This can at least get me a good starting point. Right then. Very good. Huh? Aw, you've got to be kidding me. What, now? Give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm just gonna get something started, and I'll get to it. Hold on, wait. Hmm. Maybe you should get a really, really small keyboard or something like that. But I don't know. Whatever. We're all right here. Man. It's not there yet. Okay. Got it. At least I know where to get it. I just had to find out the... Okay, hold on. I just really just had to find out the exact time the stream started, so I was able to get that finally boost. I'm just gonna check my watch later because that's where I'm going to find it. Honestly, you don't have a single inch of boring in my in my my definition of it. Okay. Okay. This is going to be another reaction, and I'm just making sure to let you guys know that basically this is about the gaming, and this is just about, well, just a streamer in a gaming industry who just ruined her life over a skill issue. This is a video from Mujin, aspiring streamer. Sorry, not streamer, already at the top. She ruined her life over a skill issue. This is Peach XO versus Nessie Does. I don't know what this is about, but if it's coming from Mujin, he documented this. He documents things like this, dramas like this, very well. Okay? The very thing to be to act, the very thing that you are going to expect from this, one can get shamed on the internet, or one could get arrested. Because let's just be real, on one of Mujin's videos, there was a couple who was accused of it allegedly cheating, and it was proven when the girl was actually receiving a video feed of some gameplay instead of her actually playing the game. Basically, that happened in Thailand. She embarrassed her national team. Basically, she was disqualified and booted from the same team, and her boyfriend was also charged with a crime because of this. So they're facing the justice system because of this. I just learned that from Mujin's video, but I had snippets of it in social media because that was a huge deal, because she was representing a national team, which is embarrassing considering that she is supposedly a model for her country, and then she does this. Disgusting. And now this video from Mujin, which had been, as of this recording, published 2 days ago, April 6, 2026, at least in Philippine Standard Time. This is another streamer embarrassing themselves, and then her life from here, her career from here, is downhill. Now, I don't know exactly what this is about, but on first glance, this is League of Legends. The defeat screen is League of Legends. Actually, I think the HP also tells me it's League of Legends because I get snippets of these HP bars from time to time. So, very different from Defense of the Ancients, and then, I don't know. mobile, and then Mobile Legends too. Completely different from those. Okay then. Anyway, let's see what this is about, I guess. Let's see what Mugen has to say about this.
What would you do if you lost in a video game? Would you scream, violently slam your desk, maybe even annihilate your controller out of rage? Well, no matter what you end up doing, all of these things are incredibly reasonable compared to what one streamer decided to do.
Peach XO. Oh, that's her.
You see, she got so triggered over dying in a video game live on stream that she went out of her way to contact a friend of hers who just so happens to work at the game studio itself in order to wrongfully...
Yo! No! No, 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 no. You do not pull strings just because you lost a game. Complete red flag the moment I heard of this. Wow. No. Hold on. This is petty. Yo, this is absolutely petty. She should not do this. Oh my god. Yo, no, she is not cool with this. She's not cool with this. This is definitely not cool.
Fully banned the streamer who killed her for an entire month.
She's disgusting. This bitch is disgusting. I will call her a bitch. Exactly. No. 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 You pull strings to get someone banned just because you lose? I'm sorry, bitch. You are a sore loser. Loser. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm interested in hearing the entire story. Oh wow. This is just pathetic. This is not sportsmanship. Basically, she just... It's just so wrong.
Without any proof. All while making it a point to tarnish his reputation to their mutual friends. But wait, it gets even worse. Because in parallel to all this, she would proceed to dox his personal information, like full name and address, so that she could eventually send the police after him.
You're gonna swat your own opponent who you lost to. Yeah, get her the fuck out of the internet. She deserves... Okay. She's gonna be facing legal jeopardy for all of this, isn't she? She's gonna be facing legal jeopardy for all of this, isn't she? Tell me she is, because I think that's what's gonna happen.
Guys, I wish I was exaggerating here, but this all actually happened because a streamer simply died in a video game. And the best part is that much of this happened live on stream, where you can see the streamer in question lose her mind in real time while tilting harder than the Titanic. You simply don't see this every day, especially not when the game studio itself is somehow involved too. That's why I figured we had...
This was also the game studio that actually built up the finals too. I played the finals. Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay. Here's what... Okay. Okay. The game studio as well has been involved with this. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. Okay. I have the finals installed on my Steam, so give me a moment to actually open it. to make sure that it is in there so that I can actually show you guys, okay? I haven't been playing much about the finals, okay? I haven't been playing much of the finals. Let me just be very clear about this. I absolutely hate the fact that a game studio, or at least one of the staff of the game studio, they're actually... This is disgusting. They're receiving orders from a private person, from another person outside of the studio, to actually just ban someone for completely unethical. Okay, this is completely unethical, completely uncalled for, definitely deserves to be called out repeatedly. But the first thing that I am going to do is make absolutely sure that I cut myself off any game studio that does anything unethical in relation to following a sore loser's word just because she's got pull. Okay? This is what's going to happen. All right? This is what's going to happen. I'm uninstalling this shit. Okay? I'm uninstalling this entirely. And I'm going to hide this game. No. Remove it from my account. You can remove it from your account so it is no longer to use the games you own. Would you like to remove the finals from your account? Yes. Fuck that. Fuck that. If the game studio, or at least one of the game studios, actually is complicit in this, okay, I'm definitely keeping myself the heck away from this game studio. Yeah. Here we are. Embark, you just did this to yourselves. I'm just waiting for a better time to actually play the finals. Probably to get back into the mood, but you guys just had to do this. I'm sorry. But you guys suck. You guys just absolutely fucking suck. You're all real bitches and bastards. It's just, no. I've had it. I've had it up to there. Now let's continue watching this.
To talk about it. So without further ado, let's do this. All right, so to truly understand the severity of the situation, we have to talk about extraction shooters, a game genre that was pioneered by the game Escape from Tarkov. The objective was simple. You got dropped on a map with other players and your goals were to all loot as much gear as you possibly can. The main challenge though was that in order to successfully loot things, you had to extract. And if you died, you lost everything, even the gear you brought in with you. Other players had the same goal and you had proximity voice chat. This meant that this game was perfect to extract the worst traits imaginable.
Escape from Tarkov was amazing. I haven't played this one, but this is great.
And in that sense, it wasn't too different from survival games such as
Daisy.
The appeal was...
Daisy, by the way, it came out from an armed assault mod. Eventually, the owners of that mod actually eventually made a Daisy, and I think H1Z1, if I'm right. Let me just try to get some clarity on this one, just to make sure that I have things correctly, okay? Oh, H1Z1 is closely related to Daisy in genre and inspiration. Released in 2015 as a zombie survival MMO, H1Z1 was designed to compete directly with Daisy, offering a similar experience of looting, crafting, and player interaction in an apocalypse, while Daisy focuses on realistic, hardcore survival, aimed for a more arcadey, fast-paced feel. The difference between H1Z1 and Daisy... Now, H1Z1 was praised for having better performance and building mechanics, while Daisy was considered more realistic and punishing. DayZ was developed by Bohemia Interactive. H1Z1 was developed by Sony Online Entertainment. I think. And yeah, let's just be real. H1Z1 is not a DayZ clone. Anyway, I am more interested in actually seeing more clips of DayZ because it came from Bohemia, okay? And I love Arma 3. I love Arma 3, okay? So you cannot tell me otherwise.
Simple. When you had a lot of valuable loot and you came across other players, how would you deal with it? Would you lie to them and then shoot them in the back of the head, or would you fight them and risk losing everything? Regardless of what you chose, it would make you react and act in ways that you never thought were possible.
Oh yeah.
Because at the end of the day, that's why people played these games. To feel a rush of adrenaline that you only feel when your life is in danger. So it came as no surprise that the pioneer of this genre, Escape from Tarkov, would make a lot of money. The game would start in closed beta in 2017 and then would finally release in 2025. Within a month on Steam, it sold 1 million copies, and that's knowing that many people had already bought it in closed beta. This also meant that it single-handedly dominated the entire genre.
Yep, extraction shooters.
When Arc Raiders was announced, people got very excited over the idea of a fresh game in the genre. What really helped this game as well were the content creators and insiders that played the game early and had nothing but good things to say about it. And while yes, it was incredibly hyped for a long time, and some people expected disappointment because of that, they ended up getting the absolute opposite. When the game came out on the 30th of October 2025, it was met with incredible success that no one could have ever expected.
Okay, basically Embark Studios did an awesome job with Arc Raiders, okay? But I just uninstalled the finals. So yeah, no thank you.
It managed to take Escape from Tarkov's formula and make it even more interesting. Other players were still a threat, but the concern of them killing you was way lower than the concern of getting killed by the very dangerous and smart enemies that are around the world. This would force you to drop whatever hostilities you might have against another player and work together because they're just that dangerous. And speaking of other players, the most arguable change that this game made to the genre was an aggression-based MMR, an aggression-based ranking system. If you like to kill a lot of other players, you were usually matched with other players with the same mentality, but if you
okay
never killed a player and weren't aggressive, you were matched with non-aggressive players who wanted to work together. At the time of release, this wasn't really known to everyone. There were theories about it, but it definitely...
If your Arc Raiders matches are mostly hostile, it's your own fault. You get what you give. If you are aggressive, you are matched up with aggressive players, which is great. Okay, that's something. Okay, that's clever.
Helped keep a huge chunk of their players from leaving. This is part of the reason as to why it was able to maintain such a large player base for over 6 months after release. It was able to attract people who would have never considered playing extraction shooters. Like, for example, the streamer Nessie Does. He's someone who mostly streamed and made content around the game Sea of Thieves, in which he trolled or messed around with people in the game that, in his opinion, deserve it. Like hackers, for example. He would start playing Arc Raiders with the same goal, to make content, to make videos out of it, in which he tricks or trolls other people, which happens in every multiplayer game in which he interacts with other players. However, at some point during early March, and while playing Arc Raiders with a friend, he'd have the very unfortunate event of coming across the streamer HXO. And now I'm sure that some of you watching might be surprised here, thinking things like, wait, Mujin, this streamer has like 2,000 followers, 22 average viewers. What damage could she possibly do to this bigger streamer called Nessie? Well, if you've tried to apply to a job recently in this terrible job market, you'd understand very quickly, we don't live in a world of meritocracy anymore. It's all about nepotism, which means the people that you know. Take Twitch, for example, one of the worst platforms in existence. They'll ban you for anything, and you could be one of their top 0.1% streamers. You'll probably still have a hard time reaching a real human being there. But
yes,
Twitch has something called the Ambassador Program, where they pick out streamers that represent the entire brand and get a special badge and contact with the staff. Yeah, well, not to call anyone out, but there's literally people out there with 1 viewer that are a Twitch ambassador. This means that these people have direct access to Twitch staff, while bigger streamers with thousands of viewers potentially don't. The point I'm making here is that you don't need a lot of viewership to have a lot of influence that could potentially cause a lot of damage to someone. And that's exactly...
This is why influence has to be handled gently, instead of being handled so messily like what has happened here. Okay? You don't abuse your powers. You don't abuse your powers of with your title just because you want to get your way. That would ruin you. it would absolutely ruin you. There are laws that prohibit that. And everyone on the internet would look down on you. They would frown on you for even pulling strings, just because just because you could be a sore loser with influence.
Where Peach XO falls into place here, while also weaponizing a high-ranking contact of hers that works at Embark Studios, the developer behind Arc Raiders. However, ironically, this would all eventually lead to her own total downfall. Arc Raiders' matchmaking system is very straightforward. You can queue up as a solo player, as a duo with a friend, or as a trio with 2 friends. The game will always prioritize queuing up solos with other solos, duos with other duos, etc., etc. However, like most multiplayer games, the server for Oceania are absolutely dead. So if you live in Australia or New Zealand, for example, yeah, it's going to take a long time to find a game. Even worse, if you go up as a solo, you might encounter a duo. There simply aren't enough players to be able to match them to people queuing up just like them. The reason why I'm telling you this is because it's integral to what would happen next, because around the first week of March, Peach XO would queue a solo game and encounter Nessie, which led to the event that permanently altered both of their lives. Watch for yourself.
Wait.
Hello.
Yo. Oh my God, perfect. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, this is like really weird, but my friend is like completely stuck, and I want someone to knock him so I can like res him, and hopefully that knocks him out of the spot. He's literally just got completely stuck in this room.
But how is he your friend?
Oh, are you solo? I'm in a duo game. I duo queued with him.
Wait, what?
So I can't. So yeah, if you're solo, I'm duo. I can't knock him. He's like in here under these steps right here.
Why does this feel like a scheme?
Oh, he's full traps there.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a defib, so I'll do it.
Uh-oh. Yeah, basically, she got baited. Basically, she got baited. She was just silent.
Alright, so look, classic trap in games like this. If you've played any survival games like DayZ or anything that involves other players, yeah, you've probably been through this. It's not pleasant, okay? It's not a good time, but that's...
It is a rage bait. It can make you... It can definitely make you think that this is a rage bait move. And to be very clear, in extraction shooters like this, it is. Especially if you're queued... If you're coming up against a duo who can actually do that to you. I have not had the pleasure of playing Arc Raiders before, but I'm not into extraction shooters like... Look, Embark, okay? No. They got employees that actually listen to streamers like this bitch who's actually a sore loser, okay? No, I don't think I'm going to be playing Arc Raiders just because it comes from Embark. Just because Embark has a mole coming from this streamer. It's just sad. Okay? No.
Just the nature of these games. That's what you're signing up for. He told her his friend needed help, he trapped her in a room, and then killed her. She wasn't the first player he did this to, and she wasn't going to be the last. I even think many of you watching would have raged at this, right? It's stupid, but you would have moved on afterwards. After raging a little bit, you would have just queued up the next game and started over. But of course, that's not what the streamer here, Peach XO, would do. She'd actually decide to take this out of the game by leaving an inappropriate comment on the Steam profile of one of those 2 players.
What a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. Wow, I can smell the stank from here. Loser. TY for the free content. Suck a fat one.
Next, after leaving a comment on the Steam profile of one of the 2 players, she decides to report Nessie in-game. And out of all the different things she could have picked, for some reason she decides to go with scamming. Like, he scammed her. I don't even know what scamming would entail in a game like this.
Liar. Got me killed. People like that make me hate the fucking game.
An hour after she had reported him in-game, Nessie would understand that he had just killed a streamer. And look, he has common sense. He understood that killing someone like this wasn't the most fun way to play this game. So he made it a point to go to her chat and say, hey, GG from before. This would be her reaction, and this would be their brief discussion.
Oh boy.
From before? Hi, Nessie. Were you the person, like, in we're looking for processors?
No.
No, you're one with the Stark friend. Ah, so you're the asshole from before. Right. Now, did you like the comment I left on the profile? So you're the asshole. Can you be quiet now?
Oh, okay. This is awkward. Oh no. This is awkward.
Are we going on? Are we just, we're going with that.
What did I do to be called an asshole?
Everything
Oh my.
everything you did required you being an asshole.
So look, so far, I mean, he's been nothing but nice, right? She's trying to understand, like, hey, why am I an asshole? Like, I'm just saying GG, right? Like, it is what it is. That's just the game. So then she makes it a point to focus on his Twitch profile, seeing when he last streamed, and for some reason, commenting on his partner verified badge.
When was the last time you even streamed, bro? Let's have a look. It's just I'm chill. Oh, I'm chill. I'm allowed to call you an asshole because what you did was asshole behavior. I don't give a f that you've got a partner badge.
Bro, no one said anything about a partner badge. No one.
Uh-oh. Yeah. This is just... No.
Even like... It's automatically equipped if you're partnered on Twitch. I know this myself since I have that badge too. But for some reason, she's very triggered by it.
In over 30 days. You play some interesting games. Trying to look into with uni. I wonder if you're like being a shitlord over there too. I wonder if like, you know, people are safe being around you.
So she asked why the guy hasn't streamed in a while, right? Even though he has no obligation to answer that, he'd say, I'm trying to lock in for uni. And the first thing she says afterwards, right? She could have just ended it here and been like, you know what, dude? I don't agree with how you play the game, but whatever. It is what it is. See you later. No, she makes a comment about how I hope people are safe around you. I hope you're not harassing or even being weird around people in your uni. Like,
Yeah. These comments definitely are, yeah, quite disturbing. Okay? Let's just be real. It was just a game. Even if the game rage baits you and other players can rage bait you just because they can trap you, I agree with him. This is just a game. She's taking this a bit too personal here.
I'm like, what's going on?
I don't know. Your vibes give off. Good luck with that. Yeah. Good luck. Goodbye. Goodbye. I don't care if you have a partner badge. I don't care if you have a partner badge. I just, with his friend, his so-called stuck friend, you solo queued with your friend into a game and lured me in to kill me and like put a like barricade up. That is the like shittiest. Going to uni. Oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh wait, no, my family member's actually a lawyer, not me. Sorry.
All right, so he gets accused of being a weirdo around people IRL in college, and then she remembers that he has a partner badge, which triggers her so much that she banned him from her chat. I mean, the
Yep. Yeah, she took it personally.
were nothing but nice. You know, she could have just ended it right here and then by just being friendly, bantering a little bit. I mean, they're Australian, dude. Banter's in their blood, and just ending it there. So seeing how unreasonable she was becoming, Nessie's friend, the guy who was pretending that he was downed, would come into the chat to also say something. He'd say, I just got lured into a room by a guy that wanted me to help him free his friend. He trapped me and killed me. I just got this game 2 hours ago. Is it always like this? As you can imagine, he also got instantly banned as well.
Yeah, she took that entire loss personally.
I want you to tell your little boyfriend, thank you for the engagement. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can also send all the screenshots from chat as, like, evidence.
The reason why this is significant is because one of her mods would decide to say, all right, I'm going to go report this kid for harassment, LMAO. And mind you, when the mod says
The mod.
he's referring to Nessie, right? They don't care about his friend. They care about Nessie because he's the one with the partner badge. Even though everything he said has been nothing but courteous. She's saying, oh, let's get all the screenshots and report him. Report him for what? He just came in the chat and said GG. Like, what? But here's the thing. Regardless of how weird their entire interaction has been so far, things could have genuinely ended right then and there. For 99.99% of people on the internet, they would have never...
It should have just ended there. So why did this escalate? How did this escalate?
known this even happened. Unfortunately, though, seeing how dead the Australian servers truly are, 2 days after this incident, they would end up getting into the same game again. This is...
Oh my god. Yeah, this is gonna piss her off.
when things would truly escalate to ridiculous levels. So what happened here is that Nessie would come across Peach, right? And they would work together for a few minutes. What's interesting, though, is that Peach doesn't recognize him at all, right? She doesn't recognize anything about him. She thinks he's a random player that she encountered for the first time. Nessie, on the other hand, seeing that he's an absolute troll when he plays games like this, was planning to kill her anyway, regardless of whether he knew who she was or not. He'd eventually take out his pickaxe and start swinging. And by the time she dies, he'd realize something.
I'm just gonna hit her with a pickaxe.
Yeah, do it, do it, do it. I thought we were friends.
Ah, you gotta be kidding me. Oh boy.
Bro, I was being so nice to you.
I think I ran into you the other day.
Oh, you're the little c- from the other night.
Yeah, I thought I recognized your voice.
Yeah, you're the one that was trying to flex his partner badge on Twitch. Guess
It
what?
auto-equips. It auto-equips.
I don't care. You can turn it off, bro. It literally is an option when you're in Twitch. But also, you've been reported for harassment on multiple levels by multiple people and towards Sea of Thieves too. People know
Oh boy. Oh boy. She's being watched. Oh boy.
exactly who you are and what piece of shit you are for harassment for what you did. It's all recorded. It's all done. I don't care who you think you are, but you're done.
Wait, what did I do?
He knows exactly what he did.
So here, she ended up surrendering, right? So instead of continuing the conversation, she just killed her character. What's really interesting to note here is that before killing her for a second time, she had already implored her community to report him, not just on Arc Raiders, but
She had her community mass report him. This is even worse. This is even worse! What the fuck happened to her?
they stalked his Twitch, saw what his primary game was, and reported him in Sea of Thieves as well for harassment. I mean, look, I think we're all not crazy. We saw what happened the first time, right? None of this was directed towards her. He was doing this to other players as well. She just so happened to come across him.
She is taking this personal. She's just taking this personal. What the fuck?
Him the first time, and he was nothing but courteous in her chat as well. What's really funny here is that there's also a comeback to the whole partner badge discourse, right? Oh, you came into my chat to flex it. Like, what? Again, it auto-equips. So by now, this went from somewhat of a misunderstanding to, oh no, I'm trying to just destroy your career. I'm trying to get your main account banned. Me and my community, not just from Arc Raiders, but from Sea of Thieves to your main game that you make content on. Shit was getting real.
This fucking cunt. This little piece of shit. Stream sniped, like, not stream sniped, sorry, Q sniped with his friend so they could go into a lobby and play together in solos and pulled me into a room acting like he found this person, like, glitched in the game, blocked me in there and killed me, and then tried to come into the stream about an hour later acting all tough and mighty, and I called him an asshole, and he was trying to flex that he's a Twitch partner.
Tough and mighty. The guy came in and said, hey, good game. And again, with the flexing of the partner badge. Dude, I feel like this is our main issue right here. Who gives a shit about a partner badge?
Yeah, even if he is a partner, it doesn't change his character. He's just stating the fact that it was just a game, and she still takes things personally. What is she on? I don't know what kind of drug actually just forces you to think that your own game is the real life equivalent of whatever shit you're thinking of. She's got to touch a lot more grass. This is just this is probably just beyond addiction that's actually setting in. I don't know.
And I'm like, you know what? You're actually nice. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you think you are. And then because I called him out on his bullshit, he proceeded to then have his little boyfriends come and like hate watch me and like say these certain messages in stream. I'm like, bro.
Again, boyfriends. He only had one boyfriend, and it was his friend. And yeah, sure, you can argue what he said was sarcastic and kind of annoying, but I mean, dude, she left a Steam comment on his profile telling him to suck a fat one. I'm pretty sure the Steam comment that she left was actually on his friend's profile, and then she reported Nessie in-game. So his friend was absolutely warranted in posting a sarcastic message like that.
I don't give a fuck who this, like, yeah. Anyway, I wish I killed him, but I was so like, what the hell? Like, this guy, like, being fake nice. But no, he's not a guy. He's a piece of shit, is what he is. He's been reported by multiple people that he's a piece of shit. Yeah. Well, you were here for this, counted? Like, it was all, like, it's all been screenshot recorded and reported to the proper channels. I was like, I'm not having it. Yeah. Not on my watch. Like, I'm not an idiot. I know exactly what you're doing, my guy. Absolute cock stain. Sorry, that's offensive to cocks. Sorry, he's the smeg that lives in cocks.
So there you have it.
Right.
Information from her that she and other members of her community had mass reported him. And of course, she would spend many minutes after the incident calling him names, insulting him, etc. But of course, that's not where things ended. 2 hours after this incident, Nessie would be in another Arc Raider streamer's chat, as he always was. What he didn't know, though, was that this streamer had recently played with Peach. They had collabed. Peach also happened to be in that streamer's chat, and when she saw Nessie, she would at him and say, also be careful of Nessie. He's harassed me before our games, and then again tonight in-game.
Oh my god. anyone who's collabing with Nessie does is being messaged by her to tell them, be careful, Nessie harassed me. Oh my god. Okay, I can understand losing the game and then banning Nessie just because he is pathetic. But this is just petty. Telling other collabing streamers? This is just petty loser attitude here.
This would, of course, make the chat turn against him. How dare you harass her like this? Was someone saying, fuck you, fat dog Nessie, ban that guy, you're a dog. That's very Australian. God, I'm gonna have to censor so much shit in this video. But that was Nessie's new reality, all because he was unlucky enough to run into her while he was playing the game like he always did. So look, so far, the only thing Nessie had done was kill her twice in a video game. Both of these instances were not targeted in any way. He just ran into her randomly. That's just the reality of how small the servers in Australia are. It is what it is. What he's gotten for this so far, though, has been a Steam profile comment that's inappropriate, a streamer in her community mass reporting him in both Arc Raiders and his main game, Sea of Thieves, and Peach going around the Arc Raider streamer community and telling them to avoid Nessie because he is a harasser, making him out to be some sort of creep. Now again, things to an extent could have still ended there, okay? They could have somehow moved on, forgot about it, whatever. We reported him, maybe it didn't work, she can just continue living her life. But that's not what happened. You might have actually noticed this by the balloons that are behind Peach, but she had actually turned 31 around the time this happened. This made her friend that works at Embark Studios, the creators of Arc Raiders, to come into her chat and say happy birthday. This person, of course, wouldn't just be anyone. It would be the community lead at Embark Studios, so someone who has a hand in anything involving the community. And here's how Peach would use this to her advantage to escalate this to ridiculous levels. Watch.
How are you? I'm gonna try my very best not to ask you an Embark question. I'm gonna do my research and I'll find an email address. I have been so excited. I'm gonna say faggot for the expedition. I'm being harassed by someone who plays this game, is a streamer, and yeah, it's a whole thing. And I was gonna ask if there's like an email address to 25%. Oh my god. If there's an email on the website to contact about it, because I've got evidence and stuff. Okay.
Yes, send me a DM on Twitch. Okay. Oh boy. This is the part where this guy on Embark wants to hear the entire story, and she tells it like she knows, and oh boy.
Thank you. I did not want to, I thought I was going to have a look on the website, but that helps immensely. Thank you. But, how are you feeling with the expedition?
So this is how she framed it to the community lead at Embark. I'm being harassed repeatedly by one player who's making my life hell. Is there anything I can do in terms of sending it to an official email? What's up? To which the community lead would say, yes, send me a DM on Twitch. She had direct access to the community lead. And seeing that the community lead, unfortunately, probably doesn't watch my channel, she didn't learn the very important lesson that is, there are two sides to every story. Conducting a ban based on one person's perspective is a recipe for disaster, but that's exactly what ended up happening. Nessie, who had been playing this game almost every day, creating content for it, would be temporarily suspended for 30 days immediately afterwards.
Oh, yeah. This is not gonna be good for her.
Behavior that violates Embark's code of conduct. Without going into too many specifics, but he already knew what's up. He saw the VOD of her talking to the community lead. Because of this, he would end up creating a video that's unlisted called Message to Embark and sent it in his appeal. He would point out how most, if not all of the VODs that involved him and Peach had been deleted from Peach's channel. He would then proceed to go through everything we went through. In fact, all the clips I showed you were from his video, showing everything. Their first interaction, their chat messages, the second interaction, how she tried to destroy his reputation in other streamers' chat, etc. By the end of it, he had compiled everything into a board on Microsoft Paint. On one side was him, and the worst thing he could think of where he was harassing her was just sending his friend to type his message saying, I just got lured into a room by a guy that wanted me to help free his friend. He trapped me and killed me. On Peach's side, though, we can see the Steam comment, we can see verbal abuse, we can see mass report / witch hunt, we can see chat rallied against me with many mean messages, so aka ruining his reputation in other streamers' chat. So obviously, it didn't make sense to ban him without banning her too. If he was going to be made into a villain, then she deserves to get some flack as well. He sent everything in the support ticket, but he didn't get a reply for 5 days. So instead, he got desperate and reached out to the community lead directly through Twitch DMs. This is where he would say, "Hey Austin, I'm really sorry for reaching out this way. I believe you might recognize my name from an email you received from PeachXO. When reviewing her VOD for reasons that could have led to my ARC ban, I saw you in chat and assumed that the direct correspondence between you and Peach could have been what led to my ban. I feel horrible throwing accusations around, but there's no doubt in my mind that whatever email you received contained either outright lies or gross exaggerations. I have sent everything in my support ticket, but have received no reply in 5 whole days, and it feels very unfair to be waiting when in the instance of my interactions with Peach, it was myself who was actually harassed." He would then send the YouTube video I just showed you and then say, "This link contains a full timeline of all our interactions and shows how I was treated." This is when the community lead would reply with, "Hi there. I see this is an uncomfortable situation. I'd be happy to undo the ban, but I would need your assurance that any future interactions with Peach would cease. I'm happy to have the same conversation with her." Nessie would reply with, "Yes, please. All I want is this to go away. Please understand, however, that Oceania is small, and I have no idea if I run into her in-game unless one of us kills the other, and names show. I really want nothing to do with her, and if I see her in-game and somehow know it's her, I'll leave the game, or run away. Whatever you want." So look, it's important to acknowledge that the community lead was in an uncomfortable situation here, right? Having to deal with the ban of someone that her friend...
Yes, but what about the bias? Would Austin show bias? So I don't know yet.
Was harassing her. At the same time, though, as a community lead, you have to let go of your attachment to people and see things objectively. It's cool that you actually replied to Nessie and bothered talking to him, which eventually led to him getting unbanned early. However...
Okay. Hopefully it remains that way, so I think there's no bias. Basically, Austin is objective. Okay.
Saying things like, "I want your assurance that any future interactions with Peach would cease," is definitely interesting. The guy had killed her twice. That's it. There was no proof he was targeting her. There was no proof he wanted to kill her in particular. He was just playing the game and ran across her. That is it.
But there's a little bit of bias, a little bit, because Austin wants Nessie to cease interactions. At least do that. But if Nessie's claims are real and the Oceania server is small, there is no basically there is no guarantee that Nessie will not be able to cease interactions.
But still, he was willing to be cooperative if he knew that it was her. By this point, Nessie was unbanned. Great. But the threat of PeachXO and her community was still there. They were still tarnishing his reputation, and they were still trying to mass report him from games that he played. I mean, it had worked. She had banned him for 30 days. If she found out he got unbanned, God knows what she would have done. So he decided to take the explanation video he had made to the Arc Raiders team and publish it on his YouTube channel, titling it, "Streamer Mass Reports Me After Being Trolled in Arc Raiders." It'll be uploaded on March 6th, 2026, and it would get over 10,000 views. This was him pretty much defending himself and trying to repair whatever reputation he still had left in the Arc Raiders community after the damage that PeachXO had done. In theory, it's a pretty good idea. The problem, though, was that he was dealing with PeachXO, and she was about to escalate this to unforgivable levels. Because shortly after the video would be uploaded, it would get copyright claim.
Excuse me, what? So now she's a copyright striker. Okay. She goes to unforgivable levels of loser. Yeah, she deserves to be kicked off platforms, multiple platforms. She just doesn't. No. There has got to be laws. There's got to be guidelines that prohibit this. Yeah. Or even if there weren't, if people complain enough, people complain about this behavior enough, she'll get in trouble for it. She'll get in big trouble for it. I don't know exactly what happens next, but a copyright strike? You're joking. No.
Nessie would receive an email saying, "We received a copyright removal request for your video. Based on applicable copyright law, we've removed your video from YouTube. Content used, this is from a stream VOD from Peach's channel. Content found in entire video. Removal request issued by PeachXO. Contact info is the same email you find on PeachXO's social media. This was her." But look, a copyright removal is a very big deal. Okay, it gives you a copyright strike. You get a few of those, your channel gets deleted. It's not like something you just do because you feel like doing. This is like you genuinely messing with the law. Now, the good news is that you can counterclaim. And unless the other person actually hired a lawyer, they can't, counter again. In order for them to counter again, they have to actually take it to court. The problem, though, is by the time you counter, many people who actually do copyright strikes have already won. They don't actually care about the video being taken down. They care about getting your personal information because that's the only way you can counterclaim. And it's
They're gonna dox. Oh god.
Problem on YouTube for years. This has been a tactic employed against content creators by malicious actors who seek to harm them by getting their personal info. And unfortunately, that's what Nessie had to do to counterclaim this video. He had to put in his full legal name, his street address, his phone, his city, his email, his postcode, and his country. Peach only had to supply her email address. He had to give everything. And yeah, you guessed it, the person who copyright claims a video, when they receive the counterclaim, they can see all of this. Nessie would tweet about this and say, how cool that the person who got their chat to mass report me everywhere for killing them in Arc Raiders now has access to all this information. But now you think, come on, dude, listen, okay, yeah, she's been very unreasonable. She's been very weird throughout the whole thing. She's not actually going to do anything with this, right? Like, come on. You'd really have to be crazy, right? Well, it turns out that Peach truly is that crazy. Because shortly after Nessie's appeal to the copyright strike, Peach would tweet this out on her account, saying, filing a police report on the partner Twitch streamer who keeps harassing and stream sniping me and causing...
She's doxing him. She's showing him to the police. Her loser behavior turns into a wide array of criminal intent. This is just... no. This is just... no. This is just... I hate her. I hate her.
People to send death threats to me. I yelled at him in a game. He stream sniped me and I told him via proximity chat that I've reported him and people who witnessed his shitty behavior in game have reported him too. They told me. He thinks I mass reported him. Thanks for thinking I'm big enough to mass report though. He made a hate video about me, so naturally I reported it to the e-safety commissioner and he still won't stop, so now I'm reporting it to the police. I also copyright strike the video to YouTube as are a nightmare to talk to about harassment / bullying / death threats. She would then end this by saying, how I love being...
That is a mistake. How I love being a woman on the internet, and she's bragging on this. She just shot herself in the foot by saying this. She just shot herself in the foot by saying this. She's not being genuine with what she feels. This is her absolutely deceiving people here. Humongous mistake. This is a humongous mistake from her. This is what's going to get her in trouble.
A woman on the internet. Yeah, so look, just in case you've watched this video so far and you don't have any common sense, don't worry, I got you. All of this, from start to finish, did not happen because Peach was a woman. Peach could have been an alien from Mars. She could have been like one of those fictional aliens from Star Wars, whatever you want, dude. She could have not even been from Earth. This is about her behavior. And the fact that she's making it about her gender is an injustice to anyone who's actually had to get harassed and stalked and all these things on the internet. These are real cases that deserve attention. And this case right here doesn't deserve to take any attention away from people actually struggling and suffering. I can't believe she said this with a straight face. At the same time, though, when it came to Nessie, he was back to square one. The video of his that he made to defend himself was taken down, and now he had to live with the idea going to bed every day thinking, are the police going to knock at my door? Things were getting very serious very quickly. He understood that he couldn't do this by himself anymore. He needed help. So he reached out to a friend of his that also happens to be a Sea of Thieves content creator and asked him to help. And so he did. He went by the name The Bee. And on his channel, they would both upload a video titled "Streamer Wants My Friend Arrested for Killing Her in a Video Game." And within just
it
would amass over 500,000 views. It would go over a lot of clips that were already featured in Nessie's video. And near the end of the video, they would update everyone and telling them that yes, Peach claimed to have reported him to the police because she doxed his information through a YouTube copyright strike. How disgusting can you get as a person? At this point, it was over. Nessie's video didn't really get that much attention, but this one
did.
The creators community was well aware of what Peach had done now, and it had even reached people who don't even play the game. Because you were that bothered that the person who killed you had a partner badge? Come on, man. So as you might imagine, after the Bee's video came out and everyone was well aware of her actions, she would proceed to private her Twitter account. No apology, no accountability, just running away and pretending like nothing happened. She, of course, has not streamed since then either.
She has stopped streaming since then. You are a loser. You private your own socials and you stopped streaming when you got caught. Loser! Oh my god. This is so pathetic. God, this bitch is so pathetic. What? 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 I cannot for the life of me believe that she folded only because she got caught. I was expecting her to escalate more and more, but she's at her limit, and now she was her own video, her own platforms was undone by one big video with 500,000 views on it. And she fucking panicked. She flinched. And she did this. Fuck her. Get her off the internet. Get her to fuck off the internet. She does not deserve another second of our time. Do not give her another second of our time. Fuck no.
All could have been avoided multiple times throughout this entire timeline. She could have stopped at any given moment and moved on, but no, we had to report him to the police. When it came to Nessie though, he had finally gotten his video back up on March 26th, 2026, so almost 20 days after uploading it. The memes that have come out from this have also been pretty funny, of course. But in the end, I think what really blows my mind here is that this was all done by a streamer with 2,000 followers, right? Someone who doesn't really have that much of a mass influence on people. One has to ask themselves, what would Peach have done in this situation if she had 10 or 100 times the followers and the viewership? Honestly, it's scary to even ask this question, but we've seen it multiple times, especially on my channel. Some people let the influence get to their heads, their egos become inflated beyond belief, and they end up hurting people in the process. Guys, don't play extraction shooters if you don't expect to get killed by another player. And if you do, please don't dox them and involve the police. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. And if you want to see exclusive content, including awesome high quality drawings, as well as 2 exclusive yapping videos per month, then make sure to check out my stacked page in the description and the pinned comment. It's like Patreon, but in my opinion, better. I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. And I love you so much, platonically. Mwah!
Okay. Okay. No way! No fucking way! She fucking left! This is not her privating. She deleted her entire account. No fucking way! No way! I gotta check if any of the, yeah, I gotta, okay. Yo, update. Okay, no. Okay, whoa. I've got to know. I've got to know. Holy shit, dude. Wait. I have got to know. Okay? I've got to honestly just know. Okay, update. I'm definitely liking the video by myself, okay? But I basically, okay. Yo. Can someone confirm? Her completely removed. Because I checked her username and it says her account no longer exists. No longer exists. I'm gonna check if anyone actually does follow because, oh my god. Guys, it is just insane. It comes to the point that eventually she gets caught, she privates her own Twitter, and then it comes to the point that her own Twitter no longer exists. Basically, she up and left. She fucking up and left. Okay. No way. No fucking way. Her own link tree. She cleared out all her links. The fucking bitch. Peach, if you're hearing this, I just want to tell you. You are a petty loser. I hope people remember you for as long as the number of seconds of your life even exist. You are a petty loser. And you were driven off the internet. And you deserve every inkling of suffering. Every single inkling of suffering. You booted yourself off just because someone was better than you in a game. Allow me to say finally, Peach XO, get fucked. She obliterated her entire socials. What the f... Her entire socials! Yo! Yo! That was not funny! That was not remotely funny! And she doesn't even care... I hope she just doesn't return. Just like Miss Q Gemini who cheated, just like other cheaters who cheat in a game, petty losers who pull strings to get someone off a game just because that someone is better than her. Yeah. She's people have got every right to label her as a loser, a sore fucking loser. She basically got burned. She basically got burned. Her entire Twitch profile, the videos are gone. Okay? The videos are gone. Nothing is on it. And basically it's just... She won't be able to stream like usual. She won't be able to stream under the same name again. Basically, she's burned off. She has been burned off. I'm not going to include this in the... I'm not going to include this in the actual reaction video, but there's no need for me to really just raise the story any further. Basically, she just left. The sore fucking loser actually fucking left. I do not feel sorry for her. She did this to herself. She fucking did this to herself. Wow. Just wow. Oh my god. And she thought that she was just gonna... Damn. Alright, I'm just gonna check... hold on. If it still follows the 5-second latency. Because I think it does follow the 5-second latency. Because I want to take that video out and I want to make sure I get that shit on. I do want to get that shit on. Alright? Give me a moment here. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? The latency is 9 seconds. Wait a minute. There's something I gotta check, okay? There's something I gotta check. Alright? Now that I think about it. Give me a moment, guys. I gotta, like, check at this. It's really 5 seconds. There really is a 5-second latency. So it's 5 seconds, 5-second latency. All right, understood. Freaking stood. I didn't know. All right then. At least I know. At least I understand. At least I understand that. Thank God. All right, I am just going to check on a couple of things here because I'm just going to extract array. I'm gonna start extracting. I am not going to miss that shit. I'm just honestly just not gonna miss that shit. No way. Why should I? Let's see. Should I like hold on? Right now I'm just okay. Why did I do that? Okay then, wait. Alright, I'm gonna start calculating and stuff. I can finally get around at least. Thank God. I'm gonna include this immediately. Immediately. Okay, I can do that. So, since there's latency, alright, I got it. Got it. Ah, jeez. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be back. Guys, give me a moment and then I'll just go because apparently I gotta pick someone up already. There's a need for me to pick someone up. Anyway, yeah. 9. Then okay. Whatever video is actually coming up, finally, it's actually good. Yeah. All right, I will be back because I gotta pick someone. I gotta pick someone up. Okay, family stuff. So if you'll excuse me, I shall return and stuff. I'll see you guys later. Okay, I'm sorry. I slept on the couch, like, again. It keeps happening to me. I'm very sorry, okay? It just does. It just does. Okay, maybe I could just do one more reaction and then I could just start editing because I swear I should be doing I should be doing more editing, but for me to actually fall asleep on the couch, god damn it. Oh man, it just happens. I'm sorry. It just happens. It does. It's just jeez. Let me check if there's anything on the watch later that's actually much interesting right now. Because the oldest one, 6 days. No. Pam Bondi. I'm okay now. Lion stacked up situations. This meat candy just had destroyed Hassan. Okay. Question is, should I, like, really actually check? Actually, yeah, I think I can. Fine, let's go. What? Nah. Oh my God. Okay, I know when it comes to conflict and geopolitics, I don't often actually delve into these things, but let me just tell you guys. There was supposedly a ceasefire in between the United States and Iran, right? Supposedly, this would actually calm down all the fighting, all the bombing. It's not boots on the ground against boots on the ground. Basically, this is just stopping all airstrikes, stopping all missile strikes and artillery strikes of the United States against Iran, okay? And potentially also stopping retaliatory strikes from Iran against allied against allied or partner U.S. influenced Middle Eastern states, right? Okay, just bear with me here. Bear with me here. There was supposedly that ceasefire, but Israel is still attacking Lebanon, a key ally of Iran. And apparently Israel is not stopping. I'm actually confirming that the incidences are just ramping up. 10 minutes, 100 airstrikes. Israel rejects ceasefire for Lebanon, kills. There's now 250 plus in a massive attack. And, yeah. He's basically Benjamin Netanyahu is not taking any chances. They're not taking any chances. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump gets into a ceasefire. He's gonna really just stick into this 10-point plan as he said. But did he really mean it? And did he really stop? Did he really let Israel be and let them go? Let the IDF go ham against Lebanon? Is it really a trap? Because there have been rumors that Trump only agreed to a ceasefire to sneak Israel in for an attack against Lebanon, which killed 200 plus within 10 minutes of doing 100 airstrikes. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. No freaking way. "10 minutes, 100 airstrikes. Israel rejects ceasefire for Lebanon." Yep, here we go. Less than 1 day after the Trump admin agreed to a 2-week ceasefire deal with Iran, Israel struck Lebanon in its heaviest and deadliest attack on the country since the United States-Israeli war on Iran began. At least 250 deaths have been reported. Israeli and U.S. authorities are insisting that the ceasefire proposal did not include Lebanon, where Israel says it is targeting Hezbollah. Iran and Pakistan, which brokered the deal, says the agreed upon pause in hostilities apply to both countries. Now even Pakistan says that it applied to both countries, both Iran and Lebanon. Yeah, this is not looking good for Trump. Yeah, this is not looking good for Trump. Yeah. Since Israel's bloody taking and assault against Gaza. The silence of states and the continued flow of weapons has only emboldened Israel, says Beirut-based Human Rights Watch researcher Ramzi Kais. The response from the international community has been limited by words of condemnation, but no effective action has been taken yet in order to stop these atrocities from happening. Lebanon has declared a day of mourning after Israeli attacks on Wednesday killed it took the lives of 200 plus people and injured 1,000 others. At one point, Israel launched 100 strikes in just 10 minutes. That's insane. That is insane. So Iran and Pakistan had included. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh shit. Iran's 10-point plan broadly calls for ending attacks on Iran and its allies. Iran's 10-point ceasefire plan, which Trump had agreed to. Immediate ceasefire on all fronts. It's not just US and Iran. That means allied nations too. Allied nations and states of Iran as well. That means even with Lebanon. That is number one. That is number one. And all regional conflicts. Number two, that is supposedly to make it absolutely clear. So, and all regional conflicts. It's not just Iran. How hard is it to understand this? How hard is it to actually understand this? Permanent halt to attacks on Iran, probably in the United States. It's not. It doesn't have a hard time on that one. Here's the problem when it comes to the Trump admin. Unless the ceasefire is in full effect and all terms have been agreed to, no one is opening the Strait of Hormuz. No one is opening it. But since Israel had started the attacks on Lebanon, disregarding the terms of the ceasefire, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. This is supposedly point number 4, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Number 5, guarantee safe maritime navigation in the strait. That's not happening. Not with Israel attacking Lebanon. Number 6, lift all sanctions on Iran, primary and secondary. Is the United States working on that? I doubt it. I doubt Trump is even stopping Benjamin Netanyahu. Number 7, and United Nations and IAEA sanctions / investigations. I'm not sure if that's being worked on. Number 8, release frozen Iranian assets held abroad. I'm not sure that's been worked on. Number 9, full war reparations paid to Iran. I don't know if the United States is going to agree to this. Number 10, security guarantee / non-aggression pact and recognition of Iran's rights, including nuclear enrichment in some versions. Yeah. Point number 2, end all regional conflicts is why Iran claims Lebanon is included. The US / Israel reject that interpretation. Yeah. Yeah. This is not good. This is a major escalation. 200 plus casualties, okay? This 200 plus casualties. It's supposed to target Hezbollah. Okay? This is supposedly about targeting Hezbollah. A rapid strike wave, like 100 strikes in minutes, signals a pre-planned escalation, not retaliation. High casualties, 200 plus, could increase pressure for immediate retaliation. Hezbollah could respond with rockets into Israel, widening the conflict fast. The ceasefire is fragile at best, symbolic at worst. So, we're basically looking at a situation where one side says regional ceasefire, the other side says limited ceasefire. That mismatch is how wars restart. So, we screwed, bruh. We screwed. Fuck me. This ceasefire is gonna be null and void. Number 2, the number 2 point has been violated under the 10-point plan. Iran is absolutely going to invalidate the ceasefire. This is not. Oh, God. My opinion, Iran is going to. Yeah, Iran's president says Israeli strikes render negotiations meaningless. Iran warns its hands remain on the trigger. Officials are signaling the ceasefire is already being undermined. This is not a formal cancellation, but it's one step away from it. Yep. Hezbollah has already resumed rocket attacks. So the ceasefire is being ignored in practice, even if not officially canceled. But still, at the moment, Iran still has a couple of options from here. Invalidate the ceasefire outright. It's very possible now. They can stay in it, but retaliate anyway. It's already happening indirectly. And then use this to justify a bigger escalation later, which we don't want. And it could expand. It could potentially expand past Middle Eastern regions. We don't want that to happen. Why does this have to happen? Just why? So this is turning into a ceasefire on paper, but the conflict just goes on. And historically, those don't last long, sir. Yep. Well, okay. I even gave the article from Democracy Now, and yeah. So 200 to 250 pass away from these strikes, 1,000 plus injured. Strikes hit densely populated civilian areas, not just military targets. Populated civilian areas. Yeah, we're done for. This was a shock and awe style strike inside Lebanon. And strategically, it directly contradicts Iran's version of the ceasefire. It tests Iran's red line, protecting allies like Hezbollah. It forces Iran to respond or lose credibility. At this point, the ceasefire is already functionally dead. Iran doesn't need to officially cancel it anymore because their allies are being hit at scale. Civilians are dying in large numbers. Diplomats are openly calling it a violation. Yeah. Either party can already resume retaliation. Either Hezbollah or Iran starts to retaliate. It's just not good. It is progressively becoming a worse thing. It is entirely becoming a worse thing. Yeah. DEFCON 3, guys. The United States has initiated Roundhouse. we're screwed. We are screwed, guys. We're actually screwed. I'm gonna check the stream on CNN News 18, but I'm not gonna show the video from it. I'm just gonna let you guys hear the audio.
Been pushing him for that. We just heard in the last few minutes, speaking to NBC, that he spoke with Bibi. He says here, I spoke with Bibi and he's going to low-key it. I just think we have to be sort of a little more low-key, and that was a quote. At this moment, there's no indication that this means a temporary ceasefire while talks are ongoing. It's quite the contrary. How do you see this moment? How do you assess this, given the talks, of course, that Lena was discussing in Islamabad over the weekend?
Yeah, it's great to be with you again. The way I look at this is that this is an essential step by the Trump administration to really run these negotiations. And Israel could have basically played the role of spoiler in this particular case. And it's essential for the United States, from President Trump's point of view, that not happen. The Israelis and the U.S. do have divergent goals in mind here. And that's, I think, one of the key things that we have to really understand. On the one hand, the Israelis want actual regime change in Iran, and they look at Hezbollah is definitely related and definitely an Iranian proxy, but they also see it as an independent force in many respects, and they see any type of ceasefire in Iran as being an area where they can potentially take advantage of that and prosecute a war, or at least some attacks against forces like Hezbollah. And in this particular case, that really is not what the United States needs, because the Iranians do view this as a Middle East-wide ceasefire effort, and they want that to happen, and perhaps so that they can regroup, but also in a way so that they can really maximize any possible benefits for themselves and for their proxies from any negotiations in Islamabad or any other place that they might occur.
Yeah, and we heard that, in fact, this time yesterday from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, who's basically saying that he would entertain a ceasefire unless Lebanon was actually included in his proposals. Let me go back to Hezbollah, because I think this is important. We had heard previously, Colonel, that the Lebanese government didn't have the ability. Critics may go as far as to say they didn't even have the desire to disarm Hezbollah. How do you assess the challenge here? Because Hezbollah has been degraded, as we've been reported, has been weakened, but clearly not disarmed. What we have seen, continues to see strikes even today on Israel. Just frame that for us.
Yeah, so Hezbollah is still a very potent force, Isa, and when you look at the way in which they've conducted their operations, just like the Iranians, they are very good at basically asymmetric warfare. Even the devastating effects of the pager attack and the decimation of Hezbollah's leadership has really not resulted in an elimination of that group as a danger to Israel. That's why the Israelis want to move forward and control southern Lebanon. They want to control the area at least up to the Litani River and perhaps even beyond that. And they do that, they want to do that for the security of northern Israel's population. At least that's how they see it. But as far as the Lebanese government is concerned, they have a better chance at this particular moment in time to be able to control Hezbollah and to limit Hezbollah's activities against Israel. However, they still have significant challenges in doing so. In spite of Hezbollah's weakness, compared to how it was just a year or two ago, they still are an important force in Lebanon. They control vast territory within this country, and they also control a large portion of the population. So Hezbollah is still a potent force within Lebanese politics, and for the Lebanese government to be able to control them, it's going to be more a factor of negotiation within Lebanon as opposed to actually using physical force against Hezbollah. And that's going to be, I think, difficult to achieve.
Well, returning to our top story, the fragile truce in the Middle East, events are really developing on two fronts this hour. Front one is Pakistan, where Iranian and US negotiators are due to meet over the weekend in an effort, of course, to hammer out a lasting ceasefire. Front two, as we told you at the top of the show, is Lebanon, which Israel has been pounding heavily this week. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he wants to hold direct talks with Lebanese leaders about reaching a peace. But at the same time, the Israeli military has issued evacuation orders for parts of Beirut. Anad Bashir is in Beirut for us this hour in Lebanon. So, Nada, I mean, peace talks, but no ceasefire, and talks, it seems, that will be held under fire. How is this being received where you are?
Well, look, you said the Lebanese government has...
It looks like people who are actually just watching certain media outlets are actually looking at this in one way. They don't look at they don't look at web monitors. They don't look at different articles coming out from different sources. They don't even. Okay, let's just be real. News that's coming from different sources can give us mental gymnastics, but that's how we navigate. That's how we navigate through different sources to find out which ones are actually more true than the usual. CNN is not reporting on everything. Okay, I'm not really surprised by that. They're just trying to play their political bottom line at the moment. Okay, that's how CNN has always worked. On international terms, they're a bit more balanced, unlike in the United States. Unfortunately, that actually is happening, and we're actually just making sure to get all information out in regards to this entire thing. This ceasefire being violated by Israel is just not good. Yes, it's just not good. I also check out different sources from like on Al Jazeera. I'm just going to check this one. Hold on. Ah, God.
This is America, and this is the former Iranian embassy in Washington, a sealed time capsule abandoned since the 1979 revolution. Now, at this juncture, the U.S. and Iran are far from reestablishing diplomatic ties. But is the ceasefire and Trump's suggestion of working together with Iran meaningful steps? I'll be back later with more on that, but first, here's Anna Burns-Francis in our Washington studio.
Thanks, Heidi. Peace through strength, the White House says. But with only a tentative ceasefire in place, will peace be achieved through concessions or more conflict? Kimberly Halkett is at the White House today, and Richard Gaisford is live for us at the State Department. The most important 2 days are ahead, with negotiations between the United States and Iran due this weekend. America hasn't openly published its list of demands, but the president and his team have been keen to remind the public why the country went to war.
It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We're dealing with a much different regime than before.
He does not seek to explain the context of Iran, why they're angry against the United States in the first place, why they're angry against Westerners in the first place. He doesn't explain the coup that happened in the 50s and then the Iranian Revolution that toppled the Western installed Shah. Okay? He does not explain all this context. He's lying. If he only explained the context as to why Iran has this anger in the first place, he is just lying, bold-faced lying here. He always does this, and now it's gone to worse. It's gone to the point that he would lie to save his own image here. Okay, he would just lie to save his own image here, thinking that people are not going to see through this.
With different people. And if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
When Iran counteroffered the 15-point American plan with its own list of 10 demands, Donald Trump said they were workable and reasonable. But then his press secretary said the list was thrown in the garbage.
And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America.
What are those interests? Here's a reminder of where America and Iran lie in terms of negotiating a peace deal. Each side's conditions for ending the war have been broadly outlined, and while Washington's list hasn't been exclusively published, it's clear there are major differences in demands. US media leaks suggest America is open to discussing sanctions relief, while Iran is demanding the lifting of some sanctions. The US says Tehran must never develop a nuclear weapon and must stop the enrichment of uranium. Tehran reportedly demands its nuclear program be accepted.
Here's the thing. Iran has every right to start building a deterrent against the West, simply because they are being threatened repeatedly by the West. Unfortunately, look, I'm not entirely with Iran because they are building a nuclear weapon, and it's actually hold on. They're not confirmed to build nuclear weapons, but they're confirmed to actually own nuclear material, but they're not being used for weapons testing of any kind because it has not been entirely confirmed if there is ever weapons testing. So they have nuclear material, they have the smarts for it. Is that the main basis for it to be called nuclear weapons testing? Because let's just be real, Iran has every right to actually build these weapons, but they're being prevented from building these. They're prevented from building these weapons, and there's no concrete evidence of them even having a possessed weapon anyway. Now, I get it that Israel and the United States don't want to wait. It's mostly Israel who doesn't want to wait. They want to strike first before there is even a conception of a weapon at all built in Iran. They want to do that. They're risking themselves. They're risking others. But I think this is for political messaging only. I think this only strengthens political messaging. It doesn't boost common sense tactics. It does not help Israel, and considering that the United States, basically Trump himself, listens to Israel all the time, it never helps them either. And so the United States was pulled into a conflict that Israel had supposedly pitched to the United States, which Trump accepted on behalf. Okay? Just because the U.S. president represents the will of the American people. But that's not entirely true. He doesn't hold the will of the entire American populace. No. We've seen it. There is division within the United States entirely because of Donald Trump's domestic actions and foreign policy as well. Americans are divided on this, and those who are against it are pushing for his impeachment and removal as a result of his actions. And to think that Trump would actually try to save civilians, Iranian civilians, Iran's civilian populace is embedded within Iran. What can Trump do to save these civilians from getting harmed by by personnel of the IRGC? There's little thing he can do. There's not much he can do when it comes to this thing. So who is he fooling? Who in this world is he actually fooling? He's not fool. He never fooled me. He should fool the more intelligent people too. In fact, he just keeps all the non-intelligent people by his side in his ear. And they tell him what to do next. He only surrounds himself with yes men and morons. And he basically just doesn't listen to the more intelligent ones. It's not in his genetics. It's just not, and it's not in his mind either. Also, he's an old man. An old man doesn't listen to his aides. He doesn't listen to his aides. It's just... It's never going to work well for the United States at this point. As long as they are tied entirely with Israel. Entirely. So the only choice that America has right now, just to actually get out of Iran entirely, is publicly denounce Israel as an ally. But is that going to happen anytime soon? Especially when Trump is holding on to power and holding on to dear life? No, that's not going to happen. So whether Trump is removed from office or whether he leaves office up to term, nothing is going to change his mind. Nothing. He'll just be living alone in misery. Okay? He will be living alone in misery. His name would be stained. His name would be stained. The Trump legacy would be stained. His entire family would become unwanted. And you know what? I prefer that.
The reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is also a key US demand. Tehran says it needs a guarantee that Iran maintains control over the waterway. The US also wants Iran to end its support for the likes of Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. But Iran is demanding the US and Israel stop the war on all fronts, including fighting against those groups, which are its regional allies. The Vice President J.D. Vance is now the one spearheading those negotiations. For more on where the talks will go, we're joined by our correspondents, Kimberly Halkett at the White House and Richard Gaisford at the State Department. Kimberly, I'll start with you. J.D. Vance has been shoulder-tapped to lead these talks. Why?
Well, what we know from the information coming out of the White House is there are a number of reasons why J.D. Vance has been tapped for this. The first is that the U.S. president believes that he has been pivotal, given the fact that he has been quietly shouldering some of the back-channel discussions between the United States, Israel, and Iran. And so, as a result, he is the most likely person to lead this endeavor. But also we know that this is a signal that the U.S. president is putting an enormous amount of importance on seeing the success of these talks. In other words, putting J.D. Vance at the helm of the delegation elevates this and is a signal or gesture to Iran of the significance. We should point out some of the most significant talks between the two nations in decades. Now, having said that, there's also a recognition of a deficit in trust between the parties. And so as a result, given the fact that the Middle East envoys Jared Kushner as well as Steve Witkoff were involved in negotiations that ultimately ended up breaking out in military conflict, there is a desire to try and reduce the lack of trust between the parties by putting someone else in charge. So there is an awareness that the former negotiators were more aligned with Israel. J.D. Vance is seen as not only being more neutral, but also having better decision-making authority.
Well, Richard, I'll bring you in here when we talk about who gets to be in charge or leading these talks. The State Department usually is the one responsible for setting political agenda. So where's Marco Rubio in the lead up to these talks?
Yeah, ordinarily, Anna, you're right. You would expect Marco Rubio and the State Department to be right at the centre of all these events. But the Secretary of State's been pretty quiet recently. We saw him yesterday here at the State Department welcoming Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, but no questions answered at all. Nothing said in front of cameras before that meeting. And what we've seen over the last few days, absolutely nothing from the Secretary of State on social media since Easter, when he talked about Easter and the ability of America to go into Iran and pick up those two pilots. So it seems to be taken out of the State Department's hands. Instead, we have J.D. Vance, as you've been talking about, heading off to lead these talks, accompanied by Steve Witkoff, who, of course, is the millionaire property developer friend of Donald Trump, employed directly by the White House, and Jared Kushner, who is Trump's son-in-law, another millionaire and investment banker who's working as a volunteer. So none of them answering to the State Department, where you might expect there to be some sort of diplomatic frenzy at the moment. They may well be behind the scenes trying to clear up that confusion that J.D. Vance has been talking about, certainly too, fielding calls from allies, trying to get their wants and needs as part of these negotiations. The problem is, if this top team isn't hearing them, Anna, you do wonder how successful these negotiations might be on behalf of those allies.
Richard Gaisford at the State Department, Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you both. Iran's original plan to end the war looked like it had been written by ChatGPT. At least that's what the US Vice President claimed. But as both sides head to Islamabad, key demands from either party could scupper talks at any point, as Phil Lavelle explains from the State Department.
A question a lot of people are asking this place, the State Department. What does that word, victory, actually mean? Well, there's your definition. A success, triumph, or superiority achieved over an opponent. The final and complete overcoming of a challenge. But is this challenge over? Really? President Trump says it is, claiming the US has won a total and complete victory.
And we all know that's a lie, because Iran's defenses were still up. Basically, they were still able to shoot down aircraft. I mean, if shooting down aircraft and actually putting its crew in danger because of that just doesn't tell you that Iran's air defenses are still up. If it doesn't tell you that, what kind of news are you actually looking into? And what kind of sources are you blindly agreeing are actually just true without looking at every other source? That's just, wow. Yeah.
A sentiment echoed by his defense secretary.
Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory.
Try telling that to the Iranians, who claim they came out on top. Their vice president saying this 40-day war was not merely a military victory, but a turning point in changing strategic equations in the region and the world. Fact is, this is a precarious ceasefire. US Vice President J.D. Vance called it a fragile truce. Both sides have their competing demands. The US with its 15-point plan, Iran responding with a 10-point version, apparently its second attempt, because
the Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team.
And there are a lot of red lines here. For the US, Iran's nuclear ambitions is one of them. Iran has a stockpile of near-weapons-grade, highly enriched uranium. And weapons, which Americans were told could soon be used to attack them. Iran has always maintained it is not seeking to build a weapon, and it is for peaceful purposes.
دکترین هسته ایران یک دکترین صلح‌آمیز بوده.
Iran's nuclear doctrine has been a peaceful one, and we have always sought and still seek to exercise our rights to benefit from peaceful nuclear energy.
President Trump now claims that stockpile would be taken care of in a peace deal. Iran has a ballistic missile program, which Washington wants eliminated. Lots of US combat forces are also based in the Middle East. Iran wants them gone. Then there is the Strait of Hormuz. That is one of the biggest sticking points. 20% of global oil and LNG goes through this narrow waterway, or it did, until Iran blocked it. Now Tehran's controlling who goes through and wants them to pay for the privilege. It's after cash to rebuild the damage caused by the US and Israel's bombs. Plus, there are resolutions. There are lots against Iran, the IAEA, the UN. Iran wants them ended, along with all sanctions. The US Vice President is due to be at those talks in Islamabad representing the US, but it won't be straightforward, as Obama's Secretary of State John Kerry found out back in 2015 as he worked on the original nuclear deal, pictured deep in thought here, contemplating America's next move. Because so much of this is about strategy, and the clock is quite literally counting down day by day as we wait to see if this pause does indeed become permanent. Phil Lavelle, Al Jazeera, at the State Department.
So, still a way to go to find common ground. Joining me today to discuss what that might look like is Victoria Taylor, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iraq and Iran, and Kenneth Katzman, a former Iran analyst at the Congressional Research Service. Thank you both for joining me today. Victoria, will this ceasefire hold?
I think this is an extremely fragile ceasefire, and the way that I view it is not really as a framework for negotiations, but more of an off-ramp. Of course, within the span...
Yes, it is. It's going to be an off-ramp always.
Destroy a civilization, and then we moved very quickly to the ceasefire. I think there's a lot of complications to reaching a deal and to making this ceasefire stick. The 10 points from the Iranians have almost zero overlap with the 15 points originally presented by the United States. So I think there's a long road ahead.
I'm not getting a huge sense of optimism from you then, Kenneth. Are you on the same page?
You're not going to get more optimism from me either. But, Iran still has, the war did not really change any of Iran's positions. Iran is still insisting on being able to enrich uranium. They are still refusing to give up the stockpile of enriched 60% enriched uranium. They're now, according to their version, they're insisting the U.S. basically leave the Middle East, which is not going to happen. But there is what gives us potentially cause for optimism is there seems to be a tug of war between hardliners and more pragmatic elements in Iran, and that's what produced the ceasefire. And I'm seeing evidence of that play out.
I guess there's a line here, whereas it's not just the US versus Iran, it's factions within the US administration and within the Iranian leadership as well as to what you concede on and what you will give and take. Do you see, Victoria, any realistic demands from Iran that the US is willing to accept, whether we look at list 10 point number 1, 10 point number 2, any of the demands that are publicly available?
Well, I think the real cause for optimism here is that we did come back for the brink, and there was an agreement from both sides to halt what would have been a very dramatic escalation. And I think that's a reflection of domestic political realities in the United States. And I think also a reflection of the fact that for both Iran and the United States, escalating the conflict is unlikely to produce a better outcome for either side. In terms of what either side can accept, I think there were negotiations that have occurred throughout the course of this past year on the nuclear program. There may be some common ground that could be found there. What will be harder is the insistence of Iran to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is a real non-starter, not only for the United States, but the countries in the Gulf and many other countries around the world. And I think also the idea that the United States would suddenly withdraw all of its military forces from the Middle East is not something the U.S. would ever consider.
Which presumably, Kenneth, Iran knows, right?
Well, they know, but they feel they're in a strong position because they were able to restrict traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. They feel they have Mr. Trump on the run. But I think what I argued last time when I was here was they may be underestimating Mr. Trump's resolve. Yes, the polls show we shouldn't escalate. Yes, the American people were perhaps against this operation, but I would not underestimate his potential to escalate. He does not want to appear to have caved in or be a loser or have blundered bad.
And thus, Benjamin Netanyahu probably actually diverted all attention from Trump caving in to Israel not honoring the ceasefire because Lebanon is one of Iran's allies, okay? Basically, Trump doesn't want to seem weak. He's just being protected by a bigger asshole.
Badly in this operation, and I think there is still a chance he will escalate if he feels he needs to.
What are then, Victoria, when we talk about, that sounds like some uncertainty from Kenneth, what are the unknowns about these talks? What specifically should we be looking at and thinking, what does that mean and where does this go?
Well, I think the primary challenge right now, of course, is Lebanon. Is Lebanon part of the ceasefire? Is it not part of the ceasefire?
Iran allies, okay? Number 2 point states clearly Iran allies.
Does the Israeli agreement to negotiate actually help de-escalate what appears to be another front of this conflict? I think another thing that we need to be looking at is whether Iran even agrees to negotiate on some of the issues that have been core priorities for multiple U.S. administrations, and that's primarily the Iranian possession and use of ballistic missiles, Iran's support to the proxies throughout the region. And those are issues Iran has never agreed could be part of any negotiation.
Iran has agreed to come back to the table, perhaps in some respect here because there is a change in the negotiating team. How important, Kenneth, is it that J.D. Vance is spearheading these talks?
Well, I'm not sure that's necessarily material, but I think, since...
Why not? Because it is a change.
Well, it's a change. I mean, he's sort of leading, but Witkoff and Kushner are still there. But what I think we're underestimating the degree to which Iran was shaken up by that rescue mission last weekend. That was a big humiliation for Iran. The United States basically set up an air base 40 miles outside their second most important city. And they not only couldn't prevent it, they didn't even know about it. And that was, I think, a big shock that I think contributed to bringing them to the table. And I think they may be mistaken if they think Mr. Trump will not use ground intervention if he feels he needs to.
Yeah, okay, although that would be a huge step. And the president clearly feels a new strategy is needed when it comes to getting a deal done.
And he thinks part of the strategy is to actually military escalate against civilian soft targets. Maybe Trump is not thinking of that. Israel did. The airstrikes, the 10 minutes airstrike did not have to happen, but it did. And it hit civilians. That's not military. That's not Hezbollah military. That is Israel sneaking a very disgusting one. And I hate the fact that this is not being talked about. Or this has not been looked into yet.
The deal, right? How's that moving? Is it okay? The big deal? You see it happening? So if it doesn't happen, I'm blaming J.D. Vance. If it does happen, I'm taking full credit. No, I think it'll be, I think it has to happen. I think they're desperate.
You know, all Trump just has to do is just speak purely without stating all deceptive intention. That's what Trump just needs to do. Instead, he just frames it as if he's got all the cards. He basically does, but he's playing on life and death here. I would still maintain my view of Donald John Trump as a madman sitting in power. Why he was even allowed to be a nominee in the first place for what he's done, I'm still not sure. Okay? I'm just still not sure.
Perhaps in jest, but has J.D. Vance been given a bit of a hospital pass in terms of trying to actually negotiate a realistic outcome here, Victoria?
I mean, I think it's a very difficult deal, and it was a difficult deal to achieve even ahead of the war. I don't think the terms for the United States dramatically improved, even though the U.S. and Israel can really claim significant military victories. But I would say, you know, the inclusion of J.D. Vance as part of the negotiating team is significant. And I think it's an important signal, not only for the United States to send to the vice president, but it's something probably the Iranians also welcome. J.D. Vance is known not to be supportive of, a very assertive U.S. military role. Reporting suggests he was not particularly in favor of this war. And so
basically, if the president and the vice president are not willing to extend a war using boots on the ground, basically Trump has every right. Trump will just humor J.D. Vance and just put the actual pressure onto someone else, onto something else, so that it continues the conflict on Iran. Here's the thing. Trump is putting that pressure on Israel instead. And J.D. Vance might actually think that it might be a sort of relief, but they still don't see big picture. Okay? They still don't see the big picture on this. What basically Trump is doing is allowing Israel to engage without thinking of the consequences. Israel bombed a civilian target. Bombed civilian targets. That's not de-escalation. That's a major escalation.
So I think for the Iranians, his inclusion also sends a signal that the U.S. is actually trying to achieve a diplomatic deal.
Kenneth, that reporting about J.D. Vance's position has gone rather far and wide. It is being discussed quite openly. Is that also in some ways a message to the American public and maybe to more mainstream Republicans that this is a sense of pulling back a bit and getting things to a more neutral ground and not escalating this conflict?
Well, I think it's definitely different than having Secretary of State Rubio head the team. I mean, he's got a very different, much more interventionist reputation for obvious reasons, particularly in Latin America. But even in Iran, I think he's much more viewed as perhaps willing to see the benefits of escalation. Vance obviously has been against getting into a quagmire, more appealing much more to the MAGA base of no long wars, no regime change wars. And so that is sending a signal that he might soften the U.S. positions on some points.
Well, J.D. Vance has said that if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened, then President Trump will not abide by the terms of the ceasefire.
What the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around.
Kenneth, I'll come back to you there because we were just discussing it. What do you make of that breakdown? Because obviously all those things he listed are tools that you do use in a negotiation as well.
Well, I think that comment about, do not mess around, Mr. Trump does not mess around. I think Iran would be wise to listen to that advice. And, I think Mr. Trump is speaking tonight. He may announce more U.S. troops going to the region. That would be within his style to ratchet up the pressure as talks are about to begin.
The problem is still the Strait, though, isn't it, Victoria?
Yeah, I think the Strait remains an extremely vexing challenge and one that can not be solved militarily with great ease. And so I think that's why we also come to a scenario where ultimately in his speech last week, President Trump was basically suggesting that reopening the Straits was not the U.S. problem. And in fact, it was a challenge to be solved by other countries that were more reliant upon it.
Yeah, it has been a mixed message at times. Donald Trump's decision, though, to de-escalate the war with Iran has U.S. media questioning his strategy and how he brought Iran to the table. Was it threats or did he run out of options? Heidi Jo Castro's been canvassing reaction.
I believe he kind of ran out of options, okay?
The U.S. media is not buying Trump's claims of total and complete victory over Iran, not on the left nor on the right. In fact, almost across the board, they're pointing out the uncertainty of the ceasefire. We'll start with the left-leaning MS Now, which featured this panel discussion shortly after the ceasefire was announced. This is a retired four-star Army general who did not mince words on his assessment of Trump.
He is unhinged and incoherent and dangerous. And that whole notion of ending a civilization, which couldn't be done, it was sort of a drama queen kind of pronouncement.
The Washington Post ran this headline: Trump's apocalyptic threat paused war, but fueled debate about his credibility. It goes on to report the president's ultimatum drew condemnation across the political spectrum and intensified open debate about his credibility, morality, and sanity. Now, PBS, that's the Public Broadcasting Service, said much remains unclear after the U.S., Israel, and Iran agreed to a two-week ceasefire. That uncertainty also highlighted by the right-leaning Newsmax, also tempered with some praise. This is Kurt Volker, the former U.S. ambassador to NATO.
Let's all be grateful that President Trump did not try to eliminate a civilization. I think he made the right call. We don't need to go down that road. We need to find a solution. Second, I'm very glad to see that it appears the Iranians have agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
And that last bit was said while the Strait of Hormuz appeared to be open. Its current status has since shifted.
Exactly, because Israel is engaging Lebanon. It still remains closed just because Israel didn't abide to terms. This is supposed to be a peaceful ceasefire plan, but Trump just let Israel do whatever they wanted. It's just, they're not even telling Israel to stop. It's just not.
Just further evidence of the lack of clarity and fragility of the ceasefire.
Kenneth, it's that lack of clarity, isn't it? We can look back and say, well, we can be glad that things didn't happen, but as PBS said, much remains unclear. What kind of uncertainty what issue does this uncertainty cause then for the rest of the world?
Well, it causes a lot of uncertainty, but, I think there was a lot, whether his comment about civilization is to be taken literally or not, there was a lot of unrest, even on the Republican side, about bombing civilian targets, like power plants, like bridges. There was a lot of rejection of that strategy. But the problem is the president ran out of ways to escalate other than introducing ground troops, which he doesn't want to do. So he had to find other ways to escalate. And so he threatened these civilian targets, which was likely a mistake because that will alienate the very Iranian people we expect to support us and who have.
Yeah, basically, he threatened civilian targets, and then he let Israel actually dump on other civilian targets outside of Iran. But Israel did it on an Iranian ally. So basically, Trump is saving face while Israel takes direct heat. That's not a de-escalation. That is deception at play.
Supported the United States.
NATO head Mark Rutte has been in Washington, D.C., offering alliance help with the conflict, sort of.
If NATO can help, obviously NATO is there. There's no reason not to be helpful. Obviously we will, if that is helpful. But I think we have to do it step by step, because also in NATO that requires then an agreement between all the allies to do that. And I think here the exact structure is less important than the speed.
I'll get to that last line in a minute about structure being less important than speed, Victoria, but gosh, that was a bit of a token offer, wasn't it? If it's helpful or if it's useful, is NATO help of any use here?
Well, I think Mark Rutte is walking an extremely careful line here. Of course, the president has issued a lot of threats about NATO, with a lot of people questioning his commitment to remain in NATO. And so it's to the benefit of the Secretary General to be as open as possible to the possibility. However, we've also seen very strong statements from other European countries, many of whom have been highly critical of the U.S. decision to enter this war. And it would be quite difficult not only for NATO to take a firm role in reopening the straits, but also to navigate the politics within the alliance with the other European countries.
It's already bad enough that Trump wanted to be pulled into engaging Iran in the first place, but basically put everyone else's positions in danger in regards to the economy of different regions around the world, just because. So not only had Trump really just gotten his hand into a cookie jar full of meat ravaging ants, he basically allowed all this to eventually be controlled by Iran simply because he entered into war. He entered into war where and when he should not have. Premature entry into it never helps a big power like the United States. We don't consider them a powerful country anymore, simply because they're changing their ways towards their former values ever since they won the Second World War. Okay?
Kenneth, I'll come to you for some final thoughts there. On the Strait of Hormuz, it is obviously one of the conditions of the ceasefire agreement. Mark Rutte there saying the exact structure of reopening would be less important than speed. What is going to happen? Will that reopen within the next 2 weeks?
Well, I think Mr. Trump feels it has to. I mean, how can he go to the American people and say this was a wise idea if it leaves the Strait of Hormuz closed? He can't argue that. And again, as I said, he does not want to be seen as having been blundered. And so I think, he's going to have to reopen it one way or the other, and that may involve some violence, unfortunately.
All right. Kenneth Katzman, Victoria Taylor, thank you both for joining me today. The ceasefire between the US and Iran has been picked apart online, with attacks across Lebanon now dominating the discussion. The
yes.
Worried the agreement could already be coming undone. Alex,
yes.
Debate.
Yes.
It all started with news of a ceasefire, and now this. Lebanon.
There it is. There it is. It finally got to Al Jazeera. There it is. Thank you, Al Jazeera, for actually pointing this out. Thank you. It's confirmed. It's confirmed now. Israel has not stopped on engagements against Iranian allies. There it is. The ceasefire is doomed to fail just because Israel is still in engagement. Now, we don't know if Trump gave Benjamin Netanyahu the blessing or Israel attacked on their own while the ceasefire is in effect. Okay? Basically, Israel is going to take direct heat. Israel is going to take direct heat, and if we prove enough that the United States would resume engagements, Benjamin and Donald, they're both complicit on this. If the U.S. resumes engagements despite Israel breaking the ceasefire, both Benjamin and Donald are complicit. Okay. But if the U.S. does not and terminates all engagements, no, not terminates all engagements, terminates all conflict against Iran entirely and denounces Israel, they have to be in the same package. If they stop the engagement and Israel continues, the default action, the very action that the United States has to do, is denounce Israel. Entirely denounce Israel. But is the U.S. going to do this? We don't know yet. But considering that the ceasefire is in danger of being null and void because of Israel's actions, they either have to resume engagements with no choice, with no other choice in mind, or entirely denounce Israel, because hitting civilian targets like this is never going to help. It is never going to help.
On in flames. Israeli bombs killing hundreds of civilians. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy saying it's hard to believe that a rushed agreement doesn't seem to be holding. Former Republican strategist Rick Wilson laying it all at the feet of Trump.
Trump has this up so left, right, and sideways. He has no idea how to escape the trap he's put America in.
Iran's prime minister saying those Israeli attacks in Lebanon violate the ceasefire, rendering negotiations meaningless.
There it is.
Reminding the states that Iran's hands are still on the trigger. Vice President J.D. Vance responding, well, if you want to let this all fall apart over Lebanon...
That's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Some saying...
What do you mean that's their choice? It's entirely because there needs to be a ceasefire to prevent civilian casualties. But there still is civilian casualties. There is still the reality of civilian casualties even when the ceasefire is in effect. Isn't the United States caring enough of civilian casualties? What is J.D. Vance saying? You know, even if J.D. Vance does not want the U.S. to go boots on the ground against Iran, I feel that his tone, his speech, just tells me that he just fucking does not care about civilian casualties whatsoever. Well, because he's now president, of course. But god damn the tone. I hate the tone. I hate this.
The White House would rather let Iran close Hormuz again than let Israel stop its killing. One of the hosts of the independent political podcast, Breaking Point, saying, what does it say about the US that we're willing to blow up the global economy over Israel's desire to ethically cleanse and annex half of Lebanon?
Basically, the United States does not have control of Israel at this point, okay?
The Israeli Prime Minister going viral for multiple comments, this one that the war will continue at any time he chooses.
Benjamin Netanyahu rejects President Trump's ceasefire and says the war will continue against Iran at any time he chooses. United States, please denounce Israel for the good of the world, for the good of stability in the Middle East. Denounce Israel. America, entirely, please denounce Israel. This is never going to help your case in the Middle East. This is never going to help your case. Netanyahu says he will achieve his objectives through further military action under his command, unless there is an overthrow in Israel. There has to be an overthrow in Israel. This has to effectively stop everything. This has all got to stop.
We are ready to resume the fighting at any moment. Our finger is on the trigger.
Bernie Sanders, unsurprised and pushing back. We cannot allow Israel to continue shaping US military and foreign policy. Far-right political activist Laura Loomer has the air of the president, and she sees this all differently, saying Iran is now more legitimized and emboldened than ever before. They cannot be negotiated with, only destroyed. Destruction that the president says he's ready to resume if need be, bigger, better, and stronger. For Trump, America is back.
Alex Baird with that report. Well, that's all from the team here in Washington, D.C. On This Is America, we'll keep following the decisions that shape the US and influence the world. If you want to catch up on this episode, check out our YouTube, aljazeera.com. That's all.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I believe that this ceasefire would be null and void, considering that why is America allowing this? This is just entirely Donald Trump and the yes men and the echo chamber. This is entirely supposed to be in his control, but he should have called Benjamin the moment that he agreed to the ceasefire. He should have called Benjamin to stop all attacks. All attacks. He has that power, but he just lets Benjamin Netanyahu be. I mean, who does he think Benjamin Netanyahu is? His partner or his master? Because I'm going to be real with you. The only thing that I actually think about Donald Trump right now is he is a moron and he is a bitch for Israel. There's no doubt what's happening right now is absolutely because Israel pulled the United States in, acting on premature intelligence that there is a possible nuclear weapon already in development in Iran. That's the only reason why the United States is entirely involved in Middle Eastern conflict right now. Simply because Israel says so. America, as much as I want to believe that you are actually going to conduct and negotiate during the ceasefire, the best thing you can do right now is remove Donald Trump from power and entirely denounce Israel. That's the only way you would ever seek any type of redemption. Because at this point, there's no redeeming the United States. Not with Trump in power, not with his yes men still in office. Not with his yes men still holding positions. In other words, America has got to purge its own leadership. They've got to restart from scratch. I hate that this has to happen, but it happened. It just did. We've come to this point, and it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. is just disgusting, guys. It's absolutely just disgusting. I hate it. Man, this just sucks ass. This just really sucks ass. What do you guys think? Man, is this going to end at any time soon? Is this just gonna end? Because it's never going to end at anything. I'm actually just downloading some stuff. I thought I could actually just... Whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna handle a couple of things, so... I will just be handling a couple of things and then I'll be back, so you guys will hear from me again. You guys will be hearing from me again, so yeah. Okay, sorry. I just got back. Yep. Sorry. I just need to like make sure things are looking smooth. So I'm gonna start editing now. Dude. better. That's actually better. Andy. Okay. Barley the Burr. Barley the Burr. Yeah. I might not be gay and I might not be a furry, but yeah, that happens. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to call it. I'm just gonna be doing some walking because I kind of like to actually do that anyway. So yeah. All right, I'm out for now, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys later on the 10:30 stream. The 10:30 p.m. stream that's actually going to happen later. I am going to be playing some FPS games later on, so if you guys are here, you guys should actually check things out if you guys like to. I should probably remove this. Probably just reserve that for later. All right, guys, I'll see you guys in the next one, and bye bye. Cheers.